Hello, hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing today? So yeah, today is kind of surprise stream. It's not in my schedule anymore, but yeah, figured I would like to stream today. We're doing fine, good, good. But yeah, let's continue working on the server. We are very close to finishing with all the like updates and small refactorings before we start the migration to Kubernetes. So I did small cleanup of stream. I made all the servers. Wait, why is this thing still here? One sec, this is weird. I thought I deleted all the run shell scripts. But now they are here. Huh. Maybe I only deleted the bolder versions. Yeah, these ones are gone. Okay. So I need to double check these ones. So let's get rid of this. This can be deleted. Because yeah, we don't need those scripts anymore. The .NET run command works almost perfectly. We still have to like include this crap in the project file because for some reason .NET run doesn't respect the launch profiles, at least the working directory setting from the launch profile. So yeah, we have to put this in the project file, which I don't like, but it's whatever. The important thing is it's working now. It was not working, I think, back in the .NET Core 2.0 days. That was a long time ago when I created those scripts, and I was still using them. But okay, that is gone. Just double checking that I don't have any artifacts in the projects folder. Yeah, I think this looks good. So let me commit that. Okay, so what are we gonna do today? Today, let's start with OpenTelemetry. So my projects use this thing, OpenTelemetry Prometheus package, which is deprecated. Yeah, it is deprecated. So, OpenTelemetry exported Prometheus package has been suppressed by the packages Prometheus ASP.NET Core or HTTP listener. I think we need the HTTP listener. Let's check it out. Prometheus exporter HTTP listener for OpenTelemetry.NET. This component is included for dev inner loop. What does that mean? Intended for dev inner loop. There is no plan to make it production ready. Production environments should consider using OpenTelemetry protocol. What? Oh no. Oh, not this one. Sorry. This is bad. OTLP, Open Telemetry Protocol. What is this? I think it's the first time I'm seeing this. How different is this compared to the Prometheus protocol? With Prometheus and Grafana. OTLP exporter. Okay. This looks like this is something totally different. Protobuff. Oh no. When we run the application, the OTLP exporter was attempting to export the metrics to this endpoint. Since Prometheus server was not running, the metrics received what? Or simply dropped on the floor. The next step, we're going to learn how to use Prometheus to collect and visualize the metrics. Oh no, so yeah, this is some kind of plugin, I guess. The latest release of Prometheus. With a feature flag OTLP receiver. So yeah, this is something new. What am I doing here? So this is basically the same as I have. Add meter. Prometheus HTTP listener. Well, I guess. Okay. Options or prefixes. I see. So maybe an easy path would be to just use this thing, because this is basically, what is this? Add view, metric stream. I don't remember what this is. I don't remember what this is either. Well, I think we can start with this and then see if we can migrate to this OpenTelemetry protocol, because it looks like this is the way to go. Why is this has to be so confusing? Sometimes I hate open source projects just because of this crap. Something constantly dying, new things pop up, you struggle with keeping up with all of that. But okay, I guess we can just start with this thing and then we will figure out what we're gonna do. So yeah, let's see if our current implementation is working. So to do that, let's start with, I think, gateway server. No, let's do login server. Do I have MySQL running? Yes, I do. I mean, not MySQL, but the Docker. And I think it's disabled by default, actually. So let's stop that. Actually, it is working. It should be working. Okay, should be working. So let's see if that actually gives us any result. So 6903. Let's wait for it to start and we will try to look into the metrics endpoint. I don't see anything. 6903.
Don't tell me you're following me. Following you?
Thank you for a follow. The free code. Hi. Welcome. But yeah, for some reason this doesn't work at all. 6903. So I'm not sure if that even starts. It should be running. Where is my Process Explorer? One sec. Where is my zone server? What? Oh, there it is. I mean, login server. TCP IP. Yeah, it's not listening the metrics endpoint. Why? Let's see, login server, program. Do I have it enabled? I do. Yeah, it should be there. Interesting. Why doesn't it open the endpoint though? Interesting. Very interesting. I have no idea. Maybe the endpoints are wrong and it doesn't like them or something, and just silently doesn't stop or whatever. $69.03. So what's wrong? Maybe it doesn't like the plus syntax? Okay. That was the thing. Okay, so we do have the metrics. That's good. Now let's try to, well, let's save this somewhere. And let's try to upgrade the package to the new one. to this one, even though they don't recommend using it. They don't intend that to actually work, but I mean, they don't intend this to be a production-ready thing. Beta 1. But still, let's try to use that. Where? Here. One 11.2. Okay, do I need to change anything? I think I do. With Prometheus HTTP listener. URI prefixes, I guess. So let's try this. What else do we have in the options? Scrape endpoint, URI prefixes. Disable total name suffix for counters. What? Ah, underscore total. Not sure if I'm using that, but okay, that should be it. Let's try to start. Oh, this is different. Hotel scope name. Scope version. Why? At least the metrics themselves look good. Users connected. Hello, Black Beverage. Scope name and scope version. Weird. World 1, yeah. So all the data is there, it's just it's structured in a little bit different way. They added the scope for some weird reason. Why? Add instrument scope info. The version to Prometheus exporter. Instrumentation scope. Prometheus exporters should generate An info typed metric named hotel scope info for each instrumentation scope with non-empty scope attributes. If present, instrumentation scope name and version must be added. Why? What does that mean? What does scope mean? Okay. It's not possible yet. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Okay, it's just an additional metadata that I can just ignore. It's fine. I see why, actually. Yeah, I do have separate scopes, and within those scopes I have meters. Right, so this actually defines the scope, so I can select all the meters from the specific scope. Technically, sure, okay, great. I don't really need that, but sure. And hopefully now this HTTP listener, where was the NuGet package? Dependencies. Hopefully it doesn't require ASP.NET packages anymore, because it did. Diagnostic subtractions, login configuration, API provider builder extensions. API. Okay. I don't see any ASP.NET dependencies anymore because here it actually did have something, I believe. Oh, this is really old. It's probably for a different version. I don't know. 130. From 2022. With critical bugs, oh no. I don't know. I don't see it right now, but I'm pretty sure in the past it did require you to actually have ASP.NET runner, not just the pure .NET. But okay, for now this is gonna be good enough. But yeah. It's weird that they migrate to their own protobuf based protocol. Metrics in OpenTelemetry.net is somewhat unique implementation of the OpenTelemetry project, as most of the metrics API is implemented by the .NET runtime itself. Yes. So I just need to export them for Prometheus. From a high level, what this means is that you can instrument your application by simply depending on system diagnostics source package. Yes, this is what I'm doing. Okay, another thought. I'm using .NET Meter, or how was that called? 1 second. Where was it? I had it somewhere in the config files. Oh, and one more thing that I just remembered. It's not just the listener here that provides the endpoint to scrape. I needed 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀 for some reason to make it work. One second. I don't remember why I needed that, but that was a thing. 6903. I think that was because this listener could not listen for IPv6 endpoints. And I don't think I can test it right now on my local machine, because on my local machine I don't have IPv6, but I do have it on the production server. I think this is why I needed HA proxy. But okay, yeah, .NET Monitor. Let's take a look at that thing. So I'm using this, but I'm using that only to export only its own metrics, because it couldn't properly grab the application metrics. I don't remember the specifics why it was working like that, but yeah. Let's check it out. Let's create a new console.NET Monitor. (902), okay, good. And I don't remember how to start it, basically. So, important question is, can it export custom metrics now? Because I don't see anything in the command line arguments. One sec. I wish I remembered that there was an issue somewhere here. I think I bookmarked it somewhere. Huh. I'm not sure. Where was it? One sec, I need to log in into another account. What? Okay. There it is. One sec. Let me switch back. This was the main issue. The .NET Monitor currently only supports collections of event counter metrics. Given that the .NET team's recommendation is to use diagnostics metrics for new metrics, we should expose via the /metrics endpoint as well. So this is now closed. Is this implemented or not? Because yeah, that was a big problem why I actually started using OpenTelemetry. This is interesting, but okay. So yeah, basically I need to choose between two ways of doing this. I can use OpenTelemetry with this process and runtime instrumentation and forget about the .NET Monitor, because I didn't really like it anyway because it was memory leaking all the time. So I actually have like a cron job on my servers to restart it once a day, because otherwise it just leaks memory. But this thing should also work now, and maybe it's not leaking anymore. started actually working. We just finished adding initial limited support for diagnostics metrics, which will be available soon in the upcoming 8.0 preview 1. Was released earlier this week with our initial limited support. So how is it limited? You can find release notes here. So how is it limited? Can you... I hate this. Oh crap, I remember this. We'll see. Be run by the .NET Manager, docs might be missing outdated. Meters are specified separately using metrics meters configuration section from counters using metrics providers section. No points, okay. Oh my god, this is stupid. So I need to use metrics meters. So this thing. I think I had something like that defined in the app. Maybe not. But okay. Okay, add meters instruments for system diagnostics metrics. Okay. So if I start a .NET monitor, what would happen now? Where was that thing? Okay, so what do we have? ASP.NET Core Developer Certificate, I don't care about that. Manager API key. What? Can you just listen on HTTP? Oh no. Okay, now matrix. I don't remember how this thing works. But okay, let's try to configure that thing. Matrix meters. How do I configure this in INI file? Nothing. So it should populate with some data already, right? I have no idea how this works. Where was the doc that I was reading? Here. So I have the global tool. Okay, so the settings should be set in the .NET monitor itself, not in the app configuration. Okay, that makes sense. Um, Hello, doll. How you doing? Okay, let's see if I can configure this thing. .NET monitor. Settings.json. So let's see if this works. So we have filters. Let's take a look for the metrics. Okay, so metrics. Meters. This one. Can I do wildcard? Not sure. But this should already be good. Just bolder. Okay. Let's see if that works. Oh. We have something? System runtime. Yay, we have that. We have our bolder meters. Although they're lowercase now. Okay, that's just that. I need to add. Let's move this to here. So I need to add Boulder Network. Let's try to add a bunch of these boulder.start. Let's see if the wildcard works. Not sure if it reloads the settings automatically. Let's try to restart. No, I don't see anything. So probably the wildcard doesn't work. That's the problem. Hmm. Wait. That net monitor may fail to collect system diagnostic metrics if it begins collecting the metric before the target app creates the meter. Oh, but that is fixed for .NET 8 apps. Okay. What if I comment this out? It doesn't collect anything. So I need to explicitly provide all the list of metrics, list of meters, and the wildcards are not working. And that's bad because I have a lot of different meters. So I should at least have worlds, users connected. And that's it. Oh, wait. Worlds, users connected. Where is the network gateway connections? I don't have that. But yeah, it did pull. Oh, probably because I updated the settings. Have the users connected, worlds. There we go, we have the network. Oh my god, it mangles the name. So yeah, if I'm gonna use that, I would have to change my Grafana settings and Prometheus alerts. So can I have an example where this is defined? Wait, how is it? How does it define this thing? What do I have in the network again? Gateway connections, vault connections. How does that work? How can I define the scope? I don't use the constructor. Wait, what? So why is this in the Boulder network while everything else is in the Boulder? Ah, that's why. I see. Okay. So I do have separate meters. Okay, sure. But okay, at least I have limited amount of these things. So where are the settings? Boulder network. So Boulder entities. Game. Just Boulder. Boulder network, we already added that, yes. Histogram. Okay. Do we have some custom Ymirheim meters? Actually, wait. Let's pull this thing. Okay, so this is fine. This is all that we have right now. Let's double check Ymirheim code base. No, I don't have anything there. So these are all the meters that we have. That's good. So let's restart and see if we have everything. So these are all the system metrics. Come on. Oh, it makes those. There we go. Boulder network, users, vaults. Okay. So it works. Technically it does work, but not sure if I like it, to be honest. Let's try to start the other servers. Wait, what's wrong? The HTTP listener could not be started, access denied. What? Okay, now it starts. Now let's start the monitor. It should only collect the zone server. So for the zone server, 6905 is the endpoint. Yeah, where is all of that? Where is all of that? So let's see, for example, signal queue size. We don't have the buckets. Don't have the histograms. Interesting. Also, what are these values? Signal queue size. So 95%, 99% is 19. Why does this have to be so complicated? I think it should be configurable, maybe. I don't know. But okay, if I want to retrieve like all the additional data. That means they can maybe use this. Are you kidding me? Source repository. OpenTelemetry.net contrib. Okay, so what do we have here? This is so stupid. Can you show me what do you have? Okay, process instrumentation for OpenTelemetry. Collects telemetry about process behavior. Okay. CPU utilization, memory usage, memory virtual, process disk I/O, transferred bytes, thread count. Okay. Not a lot. What else did we have there in the recommendation? Runtime. Wow. So this one is stable, while this one is not, right? Or do we have separate stable version? No, this is still a beta. So install the package. Enable process instrumentation. Okay. Oh, we have a Grafana dashboard for this. Wow. Process instrumentation Grafana dashboard sample. Wow. Okay, this is good. This is good. Shows all the metrics currently supported by this package, plus an additional aggregated metrics CPU utilization calculated from the raw metrics, CPU time and CPU count. To improve Grafana, yeah. So what do we have here? So this is process, right? We did take a look at the metrics inside. Process memory usage, memory virtual, CPU time, CPU count, thread count. Okay. Now this one is actually a release, which is promising. Instruments.NET runtime. Okay. Do we have a Grafana dashboard for this one? .NET 9 introduced built-in runtime metrics, such as when application targets .NET 9 or greater, this package registers a meter to receive the built-in system runtime metrics. So it uses the built-in metrics. This is nice. .NET runtime metrics documentation for details of the metric attribute and names of the built-in metrics. Okay. GC related metrics. Okay. So looks promising. One problem is, how can I display these metrics in Grafana without creating a custom dashboard? But okay, at least this looks promising. Oh, this is good. Thread pool size. Exception counters. Okay. This looks good, actually. The question is, does it work with IPv6 now? Let's try to add it and let's see what's gonna happen. Let's just do the runtime without process, because I think we will have the process information out of the box because we're using .NET 9. Process CPU time, memory, GC collections. So yeah, this is good. So we imported the package. Add runtime instrumentation. That should be here. Do I have any settings for it? Have options, which is non-existent. So maybe I can just add this system runtime meter and that's gonna be enough. Let's try. So if I comment this out and add this meter, what would happen? Let's restart the login server. Oh, nice. Process CPU count, the number of processors. CPU time used by the process. Hello, Kurosawa. CPU time used by the process, user and system. And this has CPU usage ratio. So yeah, the meters are different. But okay, let's copy this, put that into a div, and let's actually try to use this one instead and see what we have. Because it not only just adds the system.net meter, but it also has this runtime metrics meter. Oh, it should add a lot of different stuff. But nothing changed. Interesting. So technically I don't need this package. Why though? Interesting. Did they restart? Oops. Yeah, it doesn't add anything new. Only the system runtime metrics. So technically I don't even need this package. I can just export system runtime. And do I need the process package? Memory usage. I do have that somewhat. I have the actual memory size. Memory virtual, CPU time, CPU count, thread count. Well, I have thread pool thread count, not the total thread count. Oof, I don't know. This is complicated for some reason. I don't know what to do, to be honest. Like, yeah, we have two options, basically. One is we're using .NET Monitor for everything. It fetches the counters from the process. Not even counters, it fetches the metrics from the process. but I would have to redo all my dashboards because it changes the way the meters are actually exported for Prometheus. But yeah, we could use that. One downside is, yeah, it mangles the name, so I would have to rename everything. Another problem is it could still leak memory. It also doesn't have histograms. That's actually a big problem. Let's see, can we Google that one? How do you... Oops. I mean, I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, like this is supposed to be the histogram. And it's not. And this is supposed to be a histogram. Hmm. Also, it doesn't show the correct descriptions. Yeah, this is how those histograms should look like. And we just don't have the metal. It's a summary type. Yeah, it only shows the summary for the histogram. It doesn't send the actual data. And that's a big problem because I do use that pretty extensively. I'm actually displaying multi-level graphs for histograms, not Instagrams. So I need that. Okay. That means that I cannot use that net monitor. But that also means that I can include system runtime metrics. Previously I could not do that. But now since .NET 9 I can, which is great. So I guess this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna use the OpenTelemetry and we're going to add system metrics. Probably we need to make it conditional or configurable. Okay. So why is the HTTP listener is not going to be supported? Let's read that thing again. Where was it? I'm so lost. Oh, come on. Too many tabs open. This one. So this component is intended for dev inner loop. What does that mean? There is no plan to make it production ready. Production environment should consider using OpenTelemetry protocol. Log exporter? Not TLP exporter. So how does that work? So add OpenTelemetry, sure. With trace and what? Add OTLP exporter. So what are the actual options? Protocol. OTLP transport protocol support the values gRPC HTTP protobuf. gRPC. Target to which the exporter is going to send traces or metrics. Okay, so it's not like provider and collector like Prometheus actually doing, but it's actually actively sending the metrics. The endpoint must be a valid URI with scheme host and may contain a port and path. Huh. Interesting. So, okay. It's not going to be an HTTP server anymore. It's just going to send the data directly. And there's HTTP client factory. So yeah, it still uses the HTTP client for that. A factory function called to create a HTTP client instance that will be used at runtime to transmit telemetry over HTTP when the HTTP protocol is configured. Okay, but what if the gRPC is configured? Tracing metrics and login. Well, yeah, I guess OpenTelemetry now also provides login support, but I'm using analog for that and I don't have any plans of changing that. Export processor type. Batch or simple exporting. Okay, so it exports the data in batches. Oof. So wait, I just had an idea. So instead of this thing, if I remove this runtime package and I just, where was that thing? So if I do system runtime in here, let's just copy just in case. Oops. So if I do that and restart the zone server, will it still provide all the system runtime metrics? Yes. Wow. Well, this is interesting. This is very interesting. Log record expert, metric reader. Oh, right. Yes. So the .NET metrics are actually designed in a way that you have to request them. They don't do anything by themselves, right? So this thing actively collects the metrics, reads them, and then pushes them, right? Reader options, periodic exporting metric, reader options, export interval, 10 seconds. Okay. Oh, HTTP client. No, no. That's the HTTP client, not the server. But yeah, I guess we can add some authentication or whatever. I don't know, to be honest. I don't really trust this thing. And you do have to enable an experimental feature in Prometheus to gather this statistic, right? Prometheus remote write. So multiple Prometheus histogram metrics must be merged together into a single OTLP histogram. What? I don't think I'm gonna use this thing, at least for now. I think having this this information working is good enough for me. At least we migrated to the not deprecated package. Hopefully it will stay being not deprecated. And it actually does everything that I need. Now I actually have the system runtime information there as well, so I can completely drop the .NET monitor. I don't think you can use .NET monitor because it doesn't provide histogram support, doesn't even push the metadata or pull the metadata. It just uses summaries for histograms, which is not enough for me. I actually need the raw data. And it also mangles the names of the metrics. It should be an easy fix, but still that would mean that my historical data will be invalid. So when I update my Grafana dashboards, I will not see old data, and I would not be able to compare to the new one. So yeah, I guess we're gonna stay on OpenTelemetry. We're gonna add this runtime meters, and we're going to drop the .NET monitor, which is actually, I think, the correct choice, because it was always working based on hopes and wishes. And it was memory leaking. Maybe it's fixed now, I'm not sure. But yeah, the way it works, I really don't like. So when you create the metrics in .NET application, it will actually create a temporary file or a pipe, I don't remember. But yeah, in any way, it will actually just push the data into the file system. And then the .NET monitor collects that data from the file system. And you need to connect those two. So for example, if you have a Docker container, you have to like mount the TMP volume of both processes into the same volume. It was always a pain for me. So yeah, I guess this will go away. And then maybe in the future I will migrate to OTLP. Where is it again? There. And to do that, that should be pretty simple. Ow. But okay, have the Prometheus and we have to enable this feature flag, sure. So where do you configure? So when we ran the application, the OTLP exporter was attempting to export the metrics to localhost 1990. Since Prometheus server was not running, the metrics received by OTLP exporter were simply dropped. We're going to learn about how to key. So yeah, basically it actively pushes the data to Prometheus, which actually could be good, to be honest. Not sure how it's gonna work with Kubernetes, because Kubernetes actually works in the old way that you provide the endpoint of your application to scrape metrics from, and it actively scrapes the metrics. But if we do it this way, then I guess all the Kubernetes stuff for that goes sideways, and we just actively push the data to a specific Prometheus service. I'm not sure which way would be better. I guess we will try that when we actually migrate to Kubernetes. But okay. For now, this should be good. We got rid of the old package that was deprecated. We're now using, even though a beta package, but still a nice package. We added system runtime to the list of meters to listen. Right. which should be good enough. Okay, this should be good enough. Let's commit that. So this is going to be a separate change. So this is system runtime meters added to the Prometheus metric exporter. Okay. Then we have this thing. Yeah. So Prometheus exporter package replaced with Prometheus HTTP listener. Okay, and that's gonna be it for now. Later, maybe we will consider using the other thing, the OTLP protocol. Too many tabs again. Where was it? This thing. Maybe. But first I need to actually put this thing into Kubernetes, and then we will see what approach would be the best to work with all three kinds of setups. Local .NET Run setups, Docker setups, and Kubernetes setups. Because I will be using all three of those. So yeah, we will see what would be the best. Okay, so let's close all of that. And screw that monitor, we're not gonna use that anymore. Okay. And I'm actually glad, because that thing was bothering me a lot. So we can close all of that. This can be gone. Okay. Is that everything? What is this? Oh, yeah. I think I actually have to specify it like that. But we will see. For now, we can get rid of that. We will bother with that when we actually test the setup. So, now, let's stop all of this. Close all of that. Okay, so next library, CSV helper. This is also a thing that's gonna be hard to port because I was using a very old version of it. 2.16.3. Let's take a look. Yeah, now it's 33.01. I mean, it's not semantic version, unfortunately. For some reason, people like big numbers. And they were using semantic version, and before... Yeah, this is the last version too. Now... Can I find some kind of documentation of how to migrate from the old version to the new one? Migration. Oh. Oh, no. Hello, really, Yuji. How are you doing? I'm actually afraid. So I'm on version 2. I need to migrate to version 30. Or even 33, which is not documented. You're in the area now? What do you mean? You're fine? Good, good. Yeah, I'm doing good as well. I'm very afraid of touching this library because it's so deeply integrated into a custom architecture. Not architecture, but custom code design. So the way it works is, for example, here, color table. Yeah, it's deeply integrated into my data tables system. And I'm not sure if I can keep this design. Is my ID translucent? Not really. It's just a background that I can set for the VS Code. There is an extension called, yeah, it's literally called background. So I'm using this extension, and you can assign an image that will be put on the background for the whole ID or for certain sections, which is nice. And you can specify transparency value for the background. But yeah, the ID itself is normal, so the text is sharp, it's not transparent, it's only the background that's changed. So, this CSV reader, yeah, this is the CSV helper. What's wrong with you? Oh wait, this is new. I never noticed this. You can now select the configuration. Finally, they actually implemented that in VS Code. Okay. I updated server dependencies. Yeah, just updated or modified to the new ones. Like, yeah, I'm actually trying to get rid of all the old libraries and replace them with the new library. So if a library is deprecated or a version is deprecated, I'm trying to migrate to the new version or to a completely different library. And sometimes it brings a lot of changes in the code. But yeah, I really want to do that because the next step is I want to start the migration to put all of this code into Kubernetes. I already tried that years before. I failed, but I hope that now I can actually do that, because Kubernetes came a long way from what it was like when I was doing that, like 7 years ago, maybe, was my first try. And also the support for it and libraries and frameworks is much better now. So yeah, I'm giving it a second chance, but I want to have a new fresh code now that doesn't have anything that can break. So let's see. Version 2 to version coming soon. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So 2 to 3 is missing, 3 to 4 missing, 4 to 5 missing, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. All of that is missing. 12 to 13. So what do we have actually? This is the first documentation that is still there. But actually I can see a very familiar concept. Actually no, this is a mapping. I don't know. This is great for future implementations. Enables new tools and features. Yes, exactly. So yeah, my first step was to migrate from .NET 6 that I was using for the server to .NET 9. That was actually a very easy migration. It was just almost everything was working out of the box. And just that migration right now enabled me to just have a very needed feature that replaced a whole separate process that I had to sideload next to my server to export metrics. Now I actually have all that information built in. So yeah, there is a lot of stuff that's now available out of the box, and I can just get rid of old stuff that's not actively supported or works badly or something like that. So yeah, this is nice. But okay, CSV helper. Unfortunately, this helper is not very helpful in terms of migrating it from the old server to the new old version to the new version. But let's see, maybe it's easy, maybe I don't have to worry about that. So what changed? Let's see, what am I using? CSV table. This is just an abstraction and it needs the CSV reader. Construct element, build CSV reader. Okay. I think this is the only place that heavily relies on what we had. Okay, I see familiar things. So we have the configuration with culture info. This may be a thing that needs to be changed, but okay. Reading a CSV file. So this is CSV reader that needs a stream, right? So I build the dependencies. Okay, file path. Okay, so we still have the CSV reader, and this is... it's actually the same as I'm using. So probably I can just upgrade the library and it will work out of the box, because I'm not using any like mapping features. I'm just using the raw CSV reader, and this is actually the way I'm using it. So let's just Leroy all of this. What's the latest version of this? 3301. That's scary. That's really scary. Okay, so let's restore. Didn't have the chance to publicly thank you for recognition of the translation with the title in the game. Thank you very much. No, thank you for such an active support for the translations. It's really an enormous job. I know, because I'm trying to keep the Ukrainian translation for the game up to date, and I'm failing at it. I still haven't translated the latest stuff to Ukrainian. Really haven't helped with this small detail. It's maybe we're happy. But yeah, you definitely deserve the title. And yeah, thank you very much. I can see some errors already. It's iReader now, not just get records. I need iReader row, I think. Get field. Does it have? Yeah, it has the type. So I need this thing instead of ICSV whatever. Yeah, this now is missing. So what if we do this? Crap. So it's not that simple, right? Reader row. You can see an error in the sidebar, but can't see it here. Guess it's gone. So yeah, all these methods are the same, but how do I fix this one? I think this is the last thing that I need to fix. So iReader row, what do we have there? I think it just provides the information of one row. So it should be... iReader read. Okay. So if this thing, CSV data table build, would accept iReader, what's wrong with you? Read a reader container. A reader container, what? Now it's fixed. I guess it was just slow. Okay, so we have that. CSV provider. I don't see any more errors. So hopefully it is compatible. And then here we just pass a row and catch it. So let's just see if it works. No, it doesn't. So what do we have? Appearance table. Oh, right. We need to update all the tables to use this iReader row thing. So yeah, that's basically gonna be all the data tables that we have, all that needs to be updated. Maybe I can create some kind of abstraction for the future. I don't know. I mean, I can. This iReader row, I can just take some of the methods that I'm using often, especially this, and wrap it as a facade or something. This week it looks like we've got a new translator. I'll be doing the German translations. Yeah, hopefully, maybe. Which will be another resource for new players there. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Like, it's all, like, voluntary work, and not everyone is... not everyone can do that on the scale that we have. Because, yeah, like, creating a translation from scratch, the German translation right now is basically non-existent. To translate everything, that would take probably a month or maybe more of full-time translating. Well, maybe not full month because, yeah, English and German are very close. In terms of, like, it should be very easy to use the Google Translate suggestions with very minimal changes. But still, it's gonna take a while. Should I create an abstraction? I'm not gonna create an abstraction right now. Let's just use the correct interface here, and that should be good enough. Dun, 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 dun. Thought about translating the Spanish, but it's quite a lot of work. Yeah, it is a lot of work. The ideal thing is someone from there to translate. The accuracy of the translation is much better, yeah. Oh, actually, I wanted to ask you about something. 1 second. Where was it? So yeah, you translated unripe pukui as pukui baby, I guess. Is that the actual, like, translates to English as baby? Yeah, I guess so. So I wanted to verify with you, like, the reason why it's called unripe pukui and not pukui baby or something, or small pukui, is by lore, these pukuis are actually fruits. They're like living fruit creatures, and unripe basically just indicates that even further. So like it's not like a baby fruit; it's unripe fruit or something like that. So is it possible to translate that to Portuguese with the same kind of context? Because I don't think pukui baby is close enough or indicates the actual intended version that we have in English. Do you know what I mean? Important point that was already translated. Yeah, this is like if you imagine, I don't know, an apple. Basically, we have a normal apple and an unripe apple that is not like ready to be eaten or something like that. So it's similar to what we have with the pukuis. Like it's not a big deal, but it's just I feel like some important lore context is missing. And later we will have like quests that how do you say it? Like tell you more about the Pukuis. And it's just, I don't know, it may be a problem in the future. Wait, let's run with this one. Oh, I missed some attributes. Not attributes, but methods. Okay, let's try to rebuild this. Okay, I missed something. Right, the zone template. Okay, that looks the same. That's just to read the volumes. Okay, something is wrong. HTTP listener cannot be started. Let's just replace all of this with localhost. Okay, now what's wrong? Header has not been read. You must call read header before any fields can be retrieved by names. Pa, 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 pa. It's easier for people to understand 𝙽𝙴 baby than 𝙽𝙴 now Maduro. Yeah, the pun is cool, but translating is a bit unusual. Yeah, I understand that. So yeah, if there is nothing like close to that in Portuguese, then yeah, I guess you can keep it like that. Not a big deal. Wait, I had something in the configuration. Has header record. It's well indicated that CSV file has a record. Default is true. So I have to manually read the header, right? Maybe I'm gonna move this to the provider. No header record was found. What? Why? Ah. But yeah, with the localization, it's always like that. So you have to pick something close to the culture that you translate into, and sometimes it's just not possible. So you either have to pick a different approach or just simplify it, like you did with 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. In some, like if, for example, it's a joke or something, sometimes there is no similar kind of joke or expression in the language that you translate into. Yeah, that's a problem. Basically, in that case, you either come up with something completely new and try to fit it into the context, or you just get rid of the joke. It is what it is. Okay, I missed some tables. Okay, what do I have here? Oh, yeah. Here I also have to... So I don't need this anymore. This doesn't work. I need to explicitly do this. Like that. Okay, looks like this works now. Not 100% sure, but it does look like we can now read all the data properly. Yeah, I see. So in your case, it's like you can either use like literal green, like green 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙴, or a more like ugly version, like not ripened. Yeah, I see. Well, I guess you can just keep the baby version then. Portuguese is a very complicated language. English is simple. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, so this seems to be working. 1 second, let me Also test the login server. Okay, that works. Gateway. And let's see, can I log into the game? Okay, this seems to be working. Okay. So yeah, looks like we can now use the new version. It wasn't that bad. Not sure why they do this stuff with the major versions. Why don't just follow the semantic version? It's stupid, but it's whatever. But yeah, now it's updated. Actually, wait. Yeah, I need to start with Boulder Toolkit. I'll see a way to change this translation to leave the context of the pun, unripe or unripe fruit. Oh yeah, but yeah, if you can't, you can just leave it as you did this before. It's fine. One thing that I forgot, unfortunately, is I'm pushing all of this into the .NET generic host branch. But okay, let's commit this, and then we can switch branches. So this is Prometheus configuration fix. Okay, everything else should be the CSV reader. Yes. Where is my message? Okay, I need to merge into master 1 second. Let's close VS Code so it doesn't freak out. Check out master. merge. Okay, now Ymirheim server, check out master, merge. I hate submodules in Git. This is so frustrating. Okay, so this now is on master, this is on master, and this is on master. Actually, this is not on any branch. I need to check out master. Okay. Okay, now we can push. Okay, so now we are on master. That should be good. Let's start VS Code again. Okay. So we are done with CSV helper. That's good. Now one small update that I wanted to do quickly is we have a dependency on Postgres somewhere. I need to find it and fix it. Oh, and we have Liquibase. Oh no. I also need to update that. Let's take a look. What version of Liquibase do we have? 431. Oh no. Don't tell me I also have to update Liquibase. Breaking changes. I just saw breaking changes. Oh no. And unfortunately, they are very active. Hello? Can you find the version 4 for me? GitHub, please? Stupid thing. Oh no. I'm very out of date with Liquibase. Oh no. I'm at 389. Wait. Where is my liquid base? I don't have a liquid base installed. Oh no. I don't have a liquid base installed even on my PC. That's a problem. Okay, so I need to upgrade Postgres, Liquibase, probably GTK version for Liquibase. The drivers probably also needs to be updated here. And yeah, this image, I'm not using this image anymore, but yeah, this one is bound to an ancient version of Postgres. Delay is too large. Yeah, it could be. Crap. Where is the documentation? Screw your trial. I want the community version. Resources. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Yeah, I guess let's just look at the GitHub. Liquibase github.com. Maybe that's the proper documentation. No. Okay, let's see. This is stupid. Ducks. Is there any upgrade in documents? Guess there is what's new things. Upgrade Liquibase. Like, do you have a document to upgrade from version 3 to version 4? Hello? Probably not. Okay, this is a problem. This is a problem. Yeah, this is another thing. We need the driver to be updated as well. Let's see, do we have... Huh. 4275. We're using 42212. Yeah, I guess 4275 is the latest one. Okay. But yeah, the main problem is the liquid base itself. I'm not sure if my changelog files are actually compatible with the modern version of liquid base. Probably not. And I don't see any document that states how you can upgrade from version 3 to version 4, or what are the actual differences. I guess we can take a look at the releases. Hello, Gunarok. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Okay, version 3. 3.8. Oh, we are actually on 3.8.9, so very close. .3.8.9. So yeah, I guess this is one of the latest version 3 releases. At least that's good. 3.8.9. Well, there's 3.9 and 3.10. I guess I would have to go over these changes. 3.8.9. Pro compatibility, that's... I don't care about that. Plus integration. Yeah, I guess this is where they started to go in for the commercial, like actively pushing for the commercial branch of the project. But let's see. Okay, I don't care about that. That's a beta. So when was it? I'm curious. So 3.8.9. April 7, 2020. 5 years ago. I'm using a 5 years old liquid base version. Great. But okay, where is the 4.0 release? Right. And you didn't bother even to compile the release notes. Awesome. Okay, I guess we'll take a look at those betas. I made 2 major breaking changes to the Liquibase library API. This will affect anyone using extensions, but do not impact the main Liquibase functionality. Okay, good. I don't think I'm using any extensions. Let me check that. Actually, I do. Wait. There was something. I'm looking at the run files. I remember some kind of extension for Liquibase that I was maybe using. Like extras or something like that. Probably not. It's just Liquibase. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, let's take a look at the Docker file. So it's just the Liquibase itself and the driver. Offline migration. Yeah, there is nothing. There will be probably some breaking changes for my files because I sometimes rely on the built-in types, and I did have some problems with that. Like I remember the date fields. I remember changing them to timestamp or something. Yeah, timestamp TZ, but that's Postgres type. Just I'm not sure that this still runs on MySQL. I should probably compile all of that into a single changelog with proper tables, with the latest versions of the tables. But let's see. Beta 2. updated all of the extensions to take advantage of 4.0. I don't know. I don't see any, like, actually breaking changes. What is 310? No. Liquibase hub. Like they started integrating all these services into Liquibase. I just need Liquibase itself. Stop all this crap. New commands, new concept, organizations, project, users, API key. I don't care about that. 4.2. Yeah, I don't care. 4.3. Optional auto-registration. Can I opt out of that? Hopefully it's not automatic. Okay, 4.3, I don't care. I don't see any breaking changes. 4.4. 100% backwards compatible. 4.5. Liquibase quality checks. Oh my god. This is actually can be useful. Maybe. Which allow you to run checks against change logs and SQL scripts by flagging conditions and configurations you need. I'm here talking to really G about the issue of translating 𝙽𝙴. If you want to maintain the sense of ripeness of the fruit, there is no way to avoid relating it to the green color, because unripe 𝙽𝙴 is a green fruits. Yeah, we have something like that in Ukrainian. We do call unripe fruits like green apple, green banana. But yeah, we do have an unripe alternative, like specifically. But yeah, I don't know, to be honest, I don't know. I'd say maybe leave it like that for now, and later when we have the actual quests that introduce you to the 𝙽𝙴 lore, maybe there you will be able to see how you can maybe change the name if it's needed. Or maybe it's not going to be needed. I don't know. But yeah, it's just, to me, 𝙽𝙴 baby indicates that that's some kind of animal or something, but they are not animals, they are fruits. So I don't know. I don't know. I guess you can leave it like that for now, and then we will see what would happen when we have the actual dialogues and quests that reveal the lore. Does it fit or not? Yeah, I can imagine it. It is complicated. So starting with version 4.6, the Windows and Mac Linux liquid-based installers. Zip installation files include the common 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂 drivers. Oh, okay. So they include the Postgres driver. Do they do that for Docker? Since liquid-based 4.6.0 provides driver jar files, the size of the installation package is bigger than the size of the installation package in earlier versions. I see. So I don't need to update the drivers, it looks like. It was like I said, Portuguese is complicated, English is much simpler, yeah. For 7, breaking changes. Handle the fact that foreign key names are not always unique. When using the foreign key constraint exists precondition, you must now specify foreign key table name. Let's check that. Do I have it? No. Okay, good. .8 init hub. Oh, wait. What? Changes to the behavior of the XML parser, which no longer allows referencing external DTD files for security reasons. I think I only reference the liquid base files. But yeah, that could be a problem. If you use externally defined entities or any other potentially insecure XML feature in your changelogs, set liquid base secure parsing false. Okay. The upgrade of the Postgres from 2.2.12 to 42.3.2 and H2 drivers that liquid base includes in the installation package if you use the drivers. Okay. Should be fine. 4.9. Breaking change. The change in the usage of liquid-based global configuration for the secure parsing parameter to prevent the entity resolver from scanning network for missing X. Okay, I don't care about that. This should be fine. 4.10. Breaking change. Upgraded MS SQL driver. Yeah, I don't care about that. 4.11 breaking changes. Starting with 4.11, we moved the global libraries reshaped with the CLI from the lib directory to the new internal directory structure. The lib directory is still included in the class path. Okay, I don't care about that. Liquibase version output has been enhanced. Also include third-party libraries being used in their versions. Okay, I'm not touching that, so that should be good. Okay, let's see the next version. 4.12, breaking changes. Support for Snowflake database has been moved from the external extension into the main Liquibase. Okay. Sure. For 13. Nothing breaking. For 14. Split Liquibase core and Liquibase commercial jar files. This change affects new downloads of Liquibase Pro. Liquibase core jar contains only the open source license. If you use Liquibase Pro or other commercial add-ons, you must also install Liquibase commercial jar. Okay, I'm not using that. Change log parse mode. Okay. 15. Liquibase flow command. Liquibase flow command and the flow file which it operates allow the user to place multiple commands within a single file so they can all run sequentially with a single command into the CLI. What? This is currently a Liquibase Labs restricted capability, so please contact... Okay, screw you then. Labs Pro introduces context filter and label filter replacement settings. Okay. Wait. No, nothing breaking. For 17. Pro API breaking. The Liquibase resource accessor API. Okay, I'm not using that. For 18. Pro OSS, I mean, I think this is the open source software. Liquibase environment variables. Now free to all users, not just Pro users. I mean, I don't need that anymore. API breaking changes. Okay, that should be good. 419. I think it's fine. 420. Breaking changes. Remove Liquibase Hub auto registration prompts and no longer support new Liquibase Hub registration. Please get in touch with customer support with any questions. This is ridiculous. They pushed Liquibase Hub in previous versions. Looks like they auto registered users there, but now they remove it. Okay, sure. Refactor of commands. Div change log. That's API breaking changes. Okay, let's see. 421 Pro version. Change the translation of the 𝙽𝙴 names. In the future, when the missions combo will analyze the best way to translate in missions or correct the current ones. Okay, thank you. Okay, so that was 421, 422. We've removed release of Liquibase. That version contains an updated algorithm of determining which changes Liquibase need to deploy to a database. In some situations, the conversion of this new algorithm could result in eligible changes not being deployed. Okay. 422. Okay, so 423, sure. For pro users of native executors, there are known issues deploying updates. Okay. Checksums updated to version 9, which improves whitespace handling in views, procedures, Liquid-based Pro, stored logic, objects, and more. No actions required for users to benefit from this enhancement. This release is backwards compatible with V8 checksums. Okay, good. Console message will inform you when your checksums have been updated. Liquid-based Hub decommissioned and decoupled from Liquid-based operations. From 423.04, Liquid-based will make no hub reporting attempts. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, 424. Where is it? There. For Liquid-based Pro native executor users, if you're experiencing checksum issues. Okay. Structured login. Whenever you want, you can apply the translations. Okay, thanks. I'll take a look after the stream. Okay, database platform improvements for SQL Anywhere, MySQL, Maria, Postgres. What does that mean? Performance, Java API, general enhancements. Okay. That was 424, 425. Do they now completely split the change logs between Pro and open source? Guess nothing breaking. This was 425. $426. Okay, this looks fine. Hello, keep forgetting how to pronounce your name. Albus? Hi. 427. 428. Breaking changes. Improve snapshot extensibility for NoSQL databases. Remove value handler util to improve CLI argument person. Okay. $428. $429. Refactor history command to use command framework. 430. Okay, now breaking changes. 430. 431. Breaking change. Change sets with entirely blank IDs will now fail validation. Okay. This change improves the reliability and diagnosability of database changes and enforces the best practices. Sure, I don't have that. This validation does not apply to change sets that have already been deployed, or any change set marked as run or on change or run always will fail validation. Reported problems. Local file path. Okay. So that was 431. This is 431.1. So this was, when was this release published? February 17. Okay. I think we can trust this release and actually try to install it. Oh, there is a Windows installer now. Okay. Maybe we can. You choose specific version or not. I have, like, my project was using a very, very old and outdated version of Liquibase 389. It works, it's fine, but yeah, the release of that version was 5 years ago. So I wanted to update to the newer version. Oh my god. And basically I'm trying to see if I need to do any changes to the actual changelog files. Looks like everything should be fine, but yeah, not sure. So let's try to actually download the installer, since they have that. Oof. Because I remember last time when I was installing this thing, I had to actually extract the jar files, create the bat files so it actually runs and stuff like that. So having an actual Windows installer sounds good. Let's try that. So let's see. Okay, we have Liquibase. 431.1. Yes, good. So does it have the Postgres driver? Yes. 24.7.4. I mean 42.7.4. What version do we have? 2.12. And what was the latest version? Oh, this is too bright. 42.7.5. So like one patch version behind. Weird that they didn't upgrade that, but sure, I'll take it. So, how do we test this now? I want to try and test on a separate database and create it from scratch. So let's create new database, Ymirheim test, owner Ymirheim. Okay. So now let's close all of that so I know what I'm doing. First of all, we need to update the properties files. Not for this, not for this. I need the Ymirheim version. So here, Ymirheim test. Oops. Let's double check. So, for example, the world changelog. Okay, it does include the changelog from Boulder specifically. So yeah, I only need to run this thing. So let's close that. See login and password. Yeah, that's just for my local test machine. It doesn't matter. On production, it's different. It's just here for my test machine. So yeah, that's not a problem at all. So now let's see if I go to Ymirheim login. I got liquid base version. Okay, liquid base update SQL. Let's start with that. Okay, so it did run. I don't see any errors or whatever. Yeah, executed successfully. So let's actually deploy that to the test database, I guess. Does it actually say that it's gonna connect to the test database? Yes. Okay, good. What's that? But okay, let's do the update. Oh, now we have a nice summary. We didn't have that before. 23 run. Total change set. Data successfully rose affected 23. Okay. Let's see. Do we have the data? Yeah. Okay. So that looks good. Let's try the other databases. Okay, that's ran. World. Yeah, this is the most problematic. Oh. Verification failed. 2 changes have validation failures. Add after column is not allowed on Postgres. I mean, yeah, but can you just ignore it, please? I mean, I can remove it. I know that it doesn't work on Postgres, but it was nice to have it in case you run it on MySQL or something. Okay, let's remove it. Wait, what? Add after column is not supported. Okay, let's look for this one. So Balderwald, Wald. Here, after column. Okay, so we're gonna remove that. And we have that in this one. Wall change log. After column. That actually could be a problem if I try to deploy that to an existent database. But let's see, let's just try to put that into the test database, and then we will try to apply that on top of the existing database. Filtered out one. Which one? Like, can you show me which one was filtered out? It's probably the types. Yeah, probably this one. I don't know. But yeah, it's based on DBMS, right? Yeah, DBMS mismatch. Now there it is. Okay. Should be two actually. Oh no, that's for Postgres, that's for MySQL. Okay, good. So looks like it did work. Let's test the second, the last one. Okay, that was good. So now I'm gonna back up this database. I should already have a backup for that, but sure. And let's execute the changelog against that one. So also let's test the batch script. Yeah, it should be working. Liquibase all, update SQL. Let's start with the update SQL. And we have a problem. So yeah, because I removed this column, I changed the signature, not the signature, but the checksum of this column, of this change set. That means that, yeah, it's different now. Well, I don't know what to do. So the other ones are executed successfully, right? What does it do actually? Update outer file name. It updates the checksum. Okay. So what do I do now? So if I bring this back and that also back, will it let me execute it? So okay, it does work on an existing database. But if I want to create a new database, it wouldn't let me because of this after column attribute. And that's a problem. That's a problem. Okay, so have the test database. Let's drop all the tables. Okay. And after column is not allowed. Is there any config option to ignore that thing? No, this is not what I'm looking for. File an error. Change set checksums. I don't know. There was some kind of... Oh, here, valid checksum. I think I should do this. So basically what it does, it adds a checksum to a change set that will make it valid if it's the same checksum. So this way I can remove the after column thing and then basically whitelist an existing change sum. I don't have the checksum here, but what we can do is we can remove that and remove that. Then we switch back to our Ymirheim database and do update SQL. This will show us the checksum mismatches. And we can whitelist those checksums here. I'll metador the returns to my Slayer. Yeah, sure. What? What's wrong? You can specify multiple like gender options for titles, yeah. That's not a problem. It's fine, eh? I don't know, okay. Okay, so let's whitelist this one. So this is Ymirheim Vault. Was this one, but is now that one. Okay, so if I do that again, that should work. Well, at least for that change set. Okay, now we have the bolder version. Returns sounds funny. Okay. But yeah, I have no idea. I don't know Portuguese. Okay, now that works. So if I now run it against... Oh, that was against the old database. Do we have anything in the test database at the moment? No. So if we switch back to test, this should allow us to actually execute the change set. Yes. Okay, good. Executed successfully. Returns is mais in Spanish. Rata is in Portuguese. Okay. Okay. So now we can try the batch command. Liquibase all update SQL. See what it's gonna do. It should be, yeah, it's connected to test at the moment. That's good. Okay, updated successfully. Updated successfully. Executed successfully. Executed successfully. Okay, this looks good. So now, if I just update it, it will populate the test database. Okay, looks good. Do we have our database? Yes, we do. Okay. So that worked fine. Now let's switch it to the existing database and try to do update SQL in batch mode. Oh, I see. It actually migrates the checksum to the version 9. Sure. Okay, that is successfully executed successfully. Okay. So I guess we can try to actually execute the migration. Just I'm a little bit scared now. But it looks fine. Okay, right now all the checksums are version 8. 3.7. Let's try. I want to clear the console a little bit, and then we can execute that. But yeah, I like that it now shows what it's doing, because the previous version that I was using was never showing what it actually executed. It's just like migrated successfully or updated successfully, and that's it. But yeah, here it actually says that it's updating checksums. So now they are changed. Sure. But okay, let's see. Previously run rows affected. Filtered out to 1. Previously run 23. Looks good. So if I execute it now, it shouldn't do anything. Yeah, it just shows that there previously run migrations, change sets. Okay, perfect. So now we fixed that. Hopefully it will deploy to production with no problem, but if there will be a problem, I know what to do. I just add another valid checksum. Hello, Akaladon. Can I run the game without icon from desktop directly? What? Can I run game without icon from desktop directly? I don't understand what you mean. What icon? When you execute the launcher installer, it will install the game in your like local app folder, and it will create all the shortcuts on the desktop and in the programs menu. And then you can just run it from those shortcuts, but you could also use the same installer every time. If it's already installed, it will just launch it. If this is what you're talking about. I tried from Wine, and I lost launcher icon. By icon, you mean an actual icon or a shortcut? Like you have a shortcut without an icon, or a shortcut? Okay. Well, you can create one. Your launcher should be located at local app data / Ymirheim.launcher. Let me actually take a look, because I don't remember specifically. I have, but I can't run shortcut from Wine. I mean, you can run the executable from Wine and create a shortcut that runs Wine with a specified executable. So you can do something like Wine and then path to oh, right. No, it actually should work. So if you do something like that, it should actually work. Well, replace your username in this path, but it should theoretically work. And launch the launcher. I'll put that in chat. Yes. So you could create your own launcher, your own shortcut that will just execute Wine with all this stuff. And it should work. Another option would be to execute Wine with the path to the installer, to the Ymirheim launcher setup. You would have to keep the setup file somewhere, not deleting it. But basically, if it sees that the launcher is already installed, it will not do anything, it will just launch it. So you can just launch the game every time through the installer, through the setup file. Okay, so what do we have? We have a Liquibase connected to my main database. It works, it executes all of that. So now the properties files look fine. They work. So now I guess we need to update the Docker file, right? Yeah. Let's take a look at this one. What? Eclipse? Timorin? What is that? So what did I do here? Originally copied from that thing. We can't use the original image from Docker Hub because it's not using any tags. Maybe it does now. Maybe they fixed this problem. Let's take a look. Can I? Yes, now they're using tags. Finally. So that means that I don't need any of that, right? I can just use the Liquibase Liquibase version 431 as built. We can get rid of that. What is this? Wait. Migrate shell. Okay, so we have the wait for its script, sure. For each database name in arguments, sure. This can be different. Docker run Liquibase. I need to take a look at the Docker file. Liquibase Docker entry point, right? How can I add wait for its script to this thing? Docker entry point. What is this? Install MySQL. I guess, I don't know. History in it. Defaults file version. It's still Liquibase / Liquibase. Standard defaults file. Yeah, I guess I can just use the same thing. Liquibase. Changelog file driver. URL. Should work, I think. Yeah, we just need to put the files in the app directory. So yeah, we can get rid of all of this. So here, what do we do? We add all our changelog files, we add the migrate script, we add the wait for it script. We'll make it executable. Then I switch back to the Liquibase user. And then in migrate, yeah, we just migrate all of that. Should be good. Should be good. 431. That's the one that I'm running, right? Yeah, 431. Okay, good. Now Postgres migrated. This one's is actually gonna be the same. So now it's going to be 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. We can get rid of that. We put our files. And then we create our offline files. But Postgres version now should be 17.0, not 9.6. And then this one, 17.0. Actually, let's take a look. (17.4). Let's bind to that version. Okay, and then it just copies the output files into the entry point in initdb. Should be good. Okay, do we have anything in here that ties to the 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 or Postgres version? No? No, okay, good. This should be it. Okay, let's commit this to the repository. So this is 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 compatibility fix. Okay, and here we have another compatibility fix. Let's commit that first. And then yeah, we have that. So this is just let's make separate commits. So first we commit this, which is 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 Docker file updates. And then this is Postgres version update for the 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 for the migrated 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 image. And let's push it. The CI engine will compile it and we will see if it works or not. I'm not gonna try to test it locally because my Docker setup is weird. But yeah, we will see in a minute if it works or not. Okay. So does that mean that we updated our 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂? Also, what's the version of Postgres that I'm running? 12.3. Oh no. I need to upgrade that as well. But that's okay. That's okay. That's okay for now. I'm gonna remove the test database. Okay. That is done. And we have a problem. One sec. What does it want? Changelog parse exception. The file was not found in the configured search path. Interesting. So what is this again? This is Postgres migrated key. Output file or changelog file. What did it fail to find? So let's see. Load Docker file from Postgres 17.4. No, I need the previous one. From Liquibase 4.31. mkdir app out. This one. Add SQL. App SQL. Didn't see any errors, but I suspect that this is because of the user, maybe somehow. So what am I doing? Using user root, mkdir app out. Then I'm changing the ownership to /app, switching back to Liquibase. It should be fine. Looks like this one's failing somehow. Although I don't see any errors. So the command that it's running is liquibase/liquibase changelog file app SQL Ymirheim login changelog XML. SQL Ymirheim login changelog XML. Maybe I have it in Docker ignore or something. No. Interesting. URL offline Postgres version 17.4. Output Liquibase SQL, changelog file, database, changelog CSV. Output file /app/out. Looks good. The file app SQL Ymirheim login changelog was not found in the configured search path. More locations can be added with the search path parameter. Huh. This is probably something new. Maybe I need to add search path. Why? Why can't I just supply a specific file? Search path. Let's try that. Really weird. It's either a missing file, which I don't think is the problem, or it just doesn't want to load it because it's in the app directory. But that's stupid. Yeah, let's try this. I don't know. Hopefully that works. Because yeah, this is the error that I'm seeing. Primary reason, the file app.skl Ymirheim login changelog XML was not found in the configured search path. Why does it look for the XML files in the search path? Failed. Why? Okay, this one's different. Cannot invoke string equals because null pointer exception. Perfect. What? Where is the search path thing? Search path. Complete list of locations to search for files such as changelog files, and multiple paths can be specified by separating them with commas. Yeah, I guess I broke it because I overrided that with the root folder. Okay. So what do I do? Do I navigate to each folder? I think I have to. This is stupid. Changelog file. Let me look at that parameter documentation. Changelog file required. The root changelog. Defaults file, changelog file. Can I set a directory? Wait. D. No, that's the property substitution. Well, okay. Let's just do cd /app/sql Ymirheim login and that thing. So I can get rid of that, I guess. URL output file. Let's try that. Okay, login log, old log. Let's try that. I don't know. Why would you have to change that? That's stupid. But if I just want to specify a specific changelog file. But okay. Let's try that one. And it failed. Invalid argument, changelog file missing required argument. If you need to configure new Liquid-based project files, okay. So I do need to keep the changelog file. Let me take a look at the properties. Yeah, I need to have it like that, I guess. Stupid. I ran game, but I get 1.3 FPS. Well, I sure you ran it on your main GPU, not the processor integrated GPU. Even though I'm running it on my laptop with integrated GPU and it's like around 40 FPS, I think. How can I run game on a discrete card? I have no idea, to be honest. Sorry. You'd have to take a look at how to run Wine on a specific card, specific GPU. But yeah, I'm not sure right now if that's the actual problem. I don't know. And it actually succeeded. Nice. It's fixed now. Okay, that's great. This Docker file is finally built correctly. Okay, so that means that we have Postgres and Liquibase updated. Good. And I think it's gonna be it for today. Because yeah, in about half an hour, we have a movie night session. We will watch Singing in the Rain. So yeah, if you guys are interested, everyone is welcome. Join our Discord. But yeah, let's find somebody to raid. What do we have? Let's raid JD. Okay. So yeah, today, what did we do today? What did we do today? We migrated the CSV helper, we updated the Liquibase, and we updated the Prometheus library, which is good, but we still would have to test all of that. I still need to update .recast. That's a weird one. I do have to rewrite some code to make it work. I also wanted to explore if I can get rid of Newtonsoft JSON, because yeah, it's now built into .NET, but I'm not sure if they have BSON format support. But yeah, that's for the next time. And yeah, we're almost done with the actual updating the dependencies. So next step would be to actually play with Kubernetes. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Have a good rest of the day, and I hope to see you next time. Bye bye.